Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the 18th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Thursday, the 29th of February 2024 at 10 a.m. at the Constance, Conny, Bapela Council Chamber in Braamfontein. And the first item on the agenda is opening.
Good morning once again, all councillors. Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Kabelo Kwami, Whip of Council, Councillor God's Love Zungu, Chair of Chairs in absentia, Councillor Lloyd Phillips, all political party leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, all chairpersons of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, City Manager, Mr. Floyd Brink, Acting Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile Kobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 18th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. Councillors, please join me in welcoming back the Whip of Council following the shooting incident where he got injured and was hospitalized. We thank the Almighty for healing your wounds and ensuring that you are here with us today to continue carrying out your responsibilities as a councillor and that of the Whip of Council. Furthermore, please join me in wishing a speedy recovery to all councillors who are not well, health-wise, and those that the office is aware of are Councillor Amott, Councillor Liedenberg, and the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips. We pray they get well soon. We are all aware that the general election day has been announced and the big day is the 29th of May 2024. We encourage the citizens of South Africa, those who qualify as voters, to exercise their constitutional right by going to vote. We wish all the political parties that will be contesting the general elections well in their various campaigns. Councillors, please note that as indicated by the Executive at Programming Committee held on the 20th of February 2024, that the Mayoral Committee would meet on the 22nd of February 2024 and might submit a request to include additional reports to the Council, if needs be. As a result, we received 3 additional reports, and those were received timeously and included in the agenda as item 37, item 38, and 39. Councillors received the items well in advance. I've also received a request from the Executive to elevate the following reports to be considered first when dealing with recommendations to Council, and the request is for the items to be considered in the following order. Item 40, 2023-2024 mid-year review of the Institutional Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, the SDBIP, Departmental and Municipal Entities Business Plans. Item 41, Operating Adjustment Budget for 2023-2024 financial year. Item 42, Capital Adjustment Budget for the 2023-2024 financial year. Item 43, 2023-2024 Institutional SDBIP Mid-Year Service Level Standards Review, Deviation and Adjustment for consideration and approval by Council, Transport. Item 44, a request for approval to grant user rights to public transport operators within the City of Johannesburg for the usage of designated and categorized public transport facilities and HR items. Item 35, recruitment and appointment process of the Chief Emergency Management Services position within public safety. 36, commencement of recruitment and selection process for Executive Director, Economic Development position. Item 37, commencement of recruitment and selection process for the Executive Director, Environment and Infrastructure Service Department position. Item 38, recruitment and appointment process of the Chief of Police, Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Department, JMPD. Acting arrangements for senior managers. And thereafter, all other items follow the sequence as appearing in the agenda. I would also like to welcome all the political leaders that are present in the gallery, leaders from churches that are in the gallery. We also have, and I don't see them as yet, the transport, thank you, pastors, the transport, the taxi industries. I haven't seen them, but I know they are also here. Welcome to all of you and everybody else in the gallery. I would also want to say that I'm not certain, Councillor Rafferty, that you have a bath this morning, because I had a bath in a cup this morning. Eldorado Park doesn't have water, and that's why you might see that some of the councillors from that side is not here, and some councillors in other areas of Soweto, we don't have water since yesterday. I just thought I would bring that to everybody's attention. At this point, I will ask the legal advisors to please confirm the number of councillors present so as to confirm quorum. And I would really want to say again, councillors, I have asked since becoming the speaker that we are here by 1:45 or 10:10, but I still see councillors walking in at 20 past and 25 past. Council starts at 10 o'clock. So we should be here at 10 o'clock, not later than that. Please, I plead with all of us. Thank you. Can we now check if we have quorum so that we can continue with the business of the day? Councillor Safumba.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you very much for re-emphasizing the issue of time, or arriving on time. I must say that you look so beautiful for a person who took a bath in a cup. But anyway, Speaker, I wanted to caution you about an incident that I had to witness this morning, just outside where we enter, when we enter the chambers. One of our councillors, Councillor Morero, had a very, almost, I don't want to say fatal, I'll be exaggerating or being dramatic, but it was so horrible the way he fell, and I don't think by the time we left the particular space, there wasn't any caution that was placed there. So if you could please ensure that there's caution that is placed there so that another councillor does not, suffer the same way that Councillor Morero did. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Safumba. It was not brought to my attention, but we will ensure that there is caution that is placed. We are standing on 146, so we are fine to carry on with our meeting. And those councillors that are walking in, can you please walk in silence? Councillor De Rocha, we have started. Can we please walk in silence and be seated? I thank you.
Constance, we proceed to item 2, which is application for leave of absence.
I've noted you, Councillor, but I first want to just read out Councillor apologies that was received by the office. The following apologies were submitted. Action SA, the entire caucus is not here today due to party business. Aibo, we are still reading. Councillor Nontenja, due to urgent private business. Councillor Phillips, who is the chair of chairs, due to ill health. Councillor Amot, whom we know is ill, and the executive mayor has asked for early departure. Can I see hands for apologies? Councillor Avante, and then we'll have MMC Magwenchu, Councillor Refati. I cannot see the name of the councillor from the EFF, and then we'll have Councillor Helen at the back. Thank you, in that order. Oh, sorry, Councillor, ICDP, Harris. Sorry, Councillor Harris. In that fashion.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll have to train you like I trained the last speaker to say my surname, not a problem. Councillor van der Merwe is not available. He's a witness in a court case. Councillor Landis is not here today. Councillor Finn, ill health. Councillor Trueluck, recovering from an operation. Councillor Knott, ill health. Councillor Maila, ill health, and Councillor Ramaru. And we have a request that Councillor Roberts leaves by 3 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you.
IT, the mics, please.
Greetings, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to be excused at 10:30, but I'll be back by 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Apologies for Councillor Simonsa, ill health. She fell ill this morning. And then Councillor Ponsonby and Councillor Caldine, as they're dealing, they will be arriving late, as they're still dealing with the Joburg water, Rand water issue in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. On EFF, we have apologies of Councillor Mpatlele, private business, Councillor Winnie Lemulefe, sick, ill health, Councillor Hadebe, ill health. We also have MMC Makefola, who will be leaving at 1 o'clock, Councillor Rasirute at 12 o'clock, MMC Mgini Chwaku at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Mabaso will be arriving late. Thanks.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Mkonza will be arriving late, and he please asks to be excused by 4:30. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Are there any other apologies, or are we done with apologies? Can we approve the apologies as submitted? Councillor Marema?
No, man, I wanted to submit the apology for MMC if it has not been submitted, MMC for finance. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back, Councillor Dummy. Can we approve the apologies as submitted? Thank you.
We proceed to official notices, which is item 3.
Please join me in wishing the following councillors who celebrated their birthdays during the month of February. Councillor Ralph Butkow, Councillor Tandi Nontenja, Councillor Carlos De Rocha, Councillor Olivia Moeti, Councillor Leah Knott, Councillor Mlungisi Mabaso, Councillor Vonani Marema. I'm sorry if I've dissected something. Councillor Zungu, Councillor Seku, Councillor Shamaine Nwepe, Councillor Kentina Mabasu, Mabuza, Councillor Cambridge Kwampeng, Johannes Goosen, Councillor Lindani Zondo, Councillor Tuzanisani Buloy, Councillor Nyembe, and Councillor Loyilo Nkubungu. Councillors, I'm sorry if I dissected your surnames. It's not intentional. It's just that I could not pronounce them. Happy birthday to all of you. Statement by the Executive Mayor. Item 3, we're still on item 3, it's 3.1 now. The statement by the Executive Mayor, Councillor Kwamanda.
Thank you very much, Speaker of Council. And allow me to take this opportunity to acknowledge you, Councillor Margaret Arnold. I'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Chief Whip of Council, as well as the Chair of Chairs, and also acknowledge the members of the Mayoral Committee, the Head of Administration in absentia, acknowledge all the political parties that are present, or rather both present and absent, who are represented in Johannesburg. Let me acknowledge our guests in the gallery, acknowledge the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, allow me to first extend an apology that you needed to use a cup, but I must say you look very beautiful today for someone who was subjected to that kind of condition. Bengmangel. Madam Speaker, the issue of Ward 17 and 18 was brought to my attention yesterday, and I had deployed the Chief Operation Officer of the city to deal with the matter. As you would know, it's an interdependency between Joburg water and rainwater. And equally to register, Madam Speaker, is that I've been in fact having meetings with rainwater. And rainwater is extremely concerned about our water consumption in the city of Johannesburg. Water consumption, it's English, not losses, consumption. Consumption.
Executive Mayor.
My apologies, Speaker. So, Speaker, there's a spiking trajectory in our water consumption in the city. The city of Johannesburg consumes 18% of the 40% of the total water that rainwater supplies to the province, which is Gauteng. And it's a concern, Madam Speaker, because out of all the municipalities, the city of Johannesburg is the highest. But equally so, Madam Speaker, as you would have noted in the stats, where the city of Johannesburg is said to have lost 2 million people between last year and this year. And yet, our consumption is ridiculously high. I'd like to register the fact that there is a technical task team that comprises both members from the rainwater as well as Joburg water. And we are working on what is referred to by the opposition as technical and non-technical losses to try and mitigate firstly on that part so that we can continuously monitor where our water losses, the source of our water losses, Madam Speaker, for the preservation of our water security as we put in place plans for our water treatment facilities as the City of Johannesburg. So our plans are underway, Speaker, as the city to deal with the situation of water shortages in the City of Johannesburg. I just needed to acknowledge that we are aware, and we appeal to our residents to be patient with us. We will deploy the necessary mitigating measures in the process of any disruption that is encountered between now at the time that we are able to put in place permanent solutions to the challenges. Madam Speaker, we are looking forward for the discussions of the day, hoping that it will be robust and very constructive, and that we will, as a Council of Johannesburg, demonstrate that we always put our residents first. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and let me hand back over to you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Can we please, on both sides, when someone is on the podium, just listen and stop making these noises that we are making? There's noise on this side, and there's noise on that side. And we are like it's like tomorrow we don't know what the person has said, and we comment negatively. So can we do that, please? Thank you.
Councillors, we now on confirmation of minutes, which is item 4, and these are minutes of the 17th ordinary meeting held on the 31st of January 2024.
Thank you. We only have one person on this, a councillor on the speakers list, Councillor Rainton. Councillor Rainton.
Apologies, Speaker. Councillor Rayton had to step out. We accept the minutes. As I understand, if there's anything else, she will come and give them to... Oh, sorry, she's just arrived back. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have nothing to add to the minutes. It's a true reflection of the meeting. Thank you.
Can we then adopt the minutes as there's no other speakers? Can I see hands for the adoption? Councillor Boer? No, Councillor Smith, sorry.
Proposed minutes, yeah.
And Councillor Avante Smith. The two Smiths. Thank you.
Councillors, we proceed to item 5, which is questions for oral reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 1 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
I hope that all the speakers on the list is in the chamber, right? Councillor Argett.
Good morning. Apologies for the delay. Good morning, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, all protocols observed. I would like to ask the MMC for Development Planning the following question. With regards to the letter sent to the MMC for Development Planning on the 8th of December 2023 on the state of illegal buildings and land use in Orange Grove and Norwood, would the MMC please indicate the progress on tackling these abuses of the city's bylaws? Thank you.
MMC Mgcina, apologies.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the House, greetings to the Executive Mayor, greetings to yourself, beautiful Speaker, greetings to all councillors in the chambers. Thank you, Councillor Hugot, for the question. In terms of the letter that you are relating to, on the ERF 287 in Norwood, the matter was investigated and a contravention notice for a place of amusement was also issued. The property was then referred to rates penalty imposement. Further inspection to be carried, of course, to determine the compliance of that very same site. If found to be to still not be complying, the matter will then be referred to litigations. On the property ERF number 3/93 and ERF number 3/94 in the same neighborhood, Norwood, inspection was conducted on the 12th of December in 2023. It was observed that a building line relaxation application has been submitted to council for consideration as there was a site note. However, a contravention notice was issued for encroachment. The building line follow-up inspection will also be carried out before the end of this today of this month, and possibly officials already have an information on this, which I will be happy to share with you, Councillor. In terms of the ERF 426, in the same neighborhood, Norwood, 90 Iris Road in particular, the matter was investigated and a contravention notice for a motor vehicle workshop was issued. The property was then referred for rates penalty imposement, and furthermore, the matter is recommended referral to group legal and contracts for also litigations. In terms of Ervin 2/289 /1/289 and 2/290 and 1/290, as well as /291 in the very same neighborhood in Norwood, in 95 and 100 Iris Road. Inspection was also conducted on the 12th of December, and a contravention notice was subsequently issued to the property owner. It will also expire. In fact, it expired on the 31st of January this year, and a follow-up will be carried out before the end of this particular month, and will also be able to report on the updated information. Please also note that we are also working on attending to the matter. In fact, I'll be going to a site visit in the next week, just to ascertain that what we are given by officials is actually what is happening on the ground. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my answer to the question. Much appreciated.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Hugot, is there a follow-up?
Not at this time. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hugot. Councillor Forisho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a homelessness crisis in Johannesburg. The city's officials have said about 15,000 people currently live on the streets, in parks and open spaces across the city. Other organizations estimate there are actually thousands more. Many come here for opportunities that never realize or find themselves in dire circumstances, in need of help. They are vulnerable. Madam Speaker, governments are entrusted by the people to ensure that the most vulnerable amongst us are safeguarded and uplifted. Yet the men, women, and children who fend for themselves on the streets are left destitute by the lack of a functional safety net. Given this crisis, has the Social Development Department, of course, under the constraints of the political will of its MMC, engaged with the Joburg Property Company to find a use for the many dilapidated and underutilized public properties, specifically to provide temporary housing or safe spaces for the homeless while engaging with best placed and relevant organizations with a track record to manage these facilities efficiently? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Makafula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor, 29 battalions of the EFF, MMCs, and colleagues. The answer to the question is yes, that has already been done. As part of the process to develop the shelters, the social development does engage with JPC in terms of identifying areas or buildings that will be utilized and to be developed into shelters. The city-owned shelters form part of the safety net for those who are homeless, and these services are communicated through outreach and community awareness programs. The department aims to have shelters in all regions, and at the present moment, the following shelters form part of the city-owned shelters. In Region B, we have a shelter in Windsor West Shelter that addresses 23 Knight Street. Region C, we have one at 10 Street Shelter. Region F, we have 3 Coetzee Street Shelter. Region G, we have Sodia Cycle Devlin plot number 2161, which is currently in development. It should be noted, however, that the department is unable to reopen 3 Coetzee shelters, which is in Region F, which has been closed since the late December 2023 due to maintenance being done in the shelter, and Windsor West will also need to be closed down temporarily, with beneficiaries being directed to other shelters. This is due to the repairs and maintenance challenges currently being experienced, impacting the day-to-day operations. However, it should be noted that the temporary housing provision and the development of such houses falls under this, or falls within the scope of human settlement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Makafula. Councillor Forisho, is there any follow-up? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very concerning if 2 of the shelters will be closed, because we only have 4. I think 3. I think the 4th one is being built, as per Section 79 reports. And that's for thousands of destitute people. However, for the sake of these thousands, I truly hope that this administration will at least follow up on this one commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor G. Sherman. Councillor Sherman not in the house? Okay. Councillor C. Nwepe. MMC Tswako.
Greetings to the Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor, our Leader of Caucus, MMCs, our DCW, the Chief Whip, and our viewers at home, our guests in the gallery. Now, one of the fundamental values of our Constitution is human dignity, Section 195.
Councillor, can you please speak into the mic, please, Councillor? We can't hear you from here.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I was saying one of the fundamental values of our Constitution in human dignity, Section 195 of the Constitution, includes the provision of services in an impartial, fair, and equitable way, without bias. Meriting informal settlement at extension 22 in Ward 92 was established 21 years ago. To date, it remains underdeveloped, with no infrastructure, investment, or development seen. Now, I want to know from the MMC, can the MMC outline the city's plan regarding the development of the community in question during this financial year? If there's any plan, when will that be implemented? Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nwepe. MMC Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, the Speaker of Council, the Chief Whip of Council, the PA Caucus Leader, all MMCs and fellow councillors present. Thank you for your question, Councillor. I share your concerns with the needs of the people of Meriting in Region A. I am aware that the settlement appears on the list of informal settlements that are currently in the process of being upgraded through the city's upgrading of informal settlements program, the UISP. Meriting is an informal settlement with 554 structures that the department has enumerated. The land where the Meriting informal settlement is located, however, can only yield 443 units during the upgrade process, and there is therefore an overflow of at least 114 households who will have to be relocated from Meriting to an alternative location of land or a project to be able to implement the phase 2 of the UISP at Meriting. The land that was earmarked to accommodate that overflow in Allendale is currently invaded. We are currently working on a solution to evict the land invaders and stand the risk of losing that battle if we move the Meriting households to the site before resolving these evictions. The people helping themselves to the land of the province and the city are effectively denying the residents of Meriting the chance to have a better life, and it is not something we should easily stand for. The Housing Development Agency was appointed by the department to manage the Meriting upgrade, but as it stands, the department therefore considers the project of upgrading paused until it is resolved, or it has resolved the matter of freeing up the alternative location. I am currently following up on the matter, as I agree with you that Meriting's residents cannot be made to wait indefinitely. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Nwepe, any follow-up?
Okay, my follow-up question is that what is the timeline? Because I believe that land was given by province to us as the city, you MMC, but then you let it until the land was invaded. What is the timeline to evict those people? Thank you.
MMC?
Thank you, Councillor. At this current present moment in time, I cannot give you an exact stipulated time frame, but I will be following up with the department and I'll revert to you as soon as I have a direct answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, we are still on item 5B, which is questions for written reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Executive Mayor, Councillor Bapela Kwamanda.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd just like to register that they are loaded on the drive and councillors has access to them. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Mayor.
We are now on item 5C, which is Executive Mayor's question time, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 112, subsection 4 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see you missed me on that list there, just to table the reports on behalf of the legislature. Thank you.
Apology. Can you table the legislature, please?
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
No,
Rise to-
Councillor Rafferty, you are confusing us, please. Please, Councillor. Ons het nie gewas nie, maar it's fine. I think we are at the mayor's questions, and then we will move when the acting secretary has read in that item. Jo, ons moet brains ook wash vanoggend. There's no questions for the mayor. We had one, but the one was rejected. It was not in time, or it was not done the right way. So we don't have any questions for the mayor. So that one falls off. Thank you.
We now proceed to item 6, which is recommendations to council.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Secretary to Council. Madam Speaker, I rise to table executive reports and request that Council considers the recommendations thereto. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Rafferty for the legislature.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Apologies. Min slaap wat so maak. I rise to table the reports on behalf of the legislature for consideration to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rafferty. Welcome, Chief Whip. We're really happy to see you. And MMC Finance, we hope that you didn't injure yourself badly, but thank you that you are here.
Councillors, we move to elevated items, starting off with item 40, which is a 2023-24 mid-term year review of the Institutional Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, departmental and municipal entities' business plans.
Thank you, Acting Secretary. Can we now have Councillor R. Ntemba from the EFF? I hope I've pronounced it right.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Bapela Rasirute, Chief Whip of the EFF, Thabisa Mokhapi, Mayoral Committee, in particular our very two capable MMC, the undisputed 29 Battalion of the EFF, fellow councillors, members of the public in the gallery and those watching at home. I greet you all in the name of expropriation of land without compensation for equal redistribution. Speaker, I'm raising on item 40, 2023-2024 mid-year review of the Institution Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, SDBIP. departmental and municipality entity plans. The EFF approves. As the EFF, we just want our people to get service delivery. We don't want this part of adjustment 4 billion being used for campaigning for the election. We want this money to improve the life of our people in the township. As the EFF, we would like to take this time to invite everyone from the city of Johannesburg to the Gauteng Provincial Manifesto at Dobsonville Stadium on the 2nd of March 2024, this Saturday, where the President will be giving the manifesto of Gauteng. 2024 is our 1994. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor. Councillor M. Tabane from the ANC.
Good morning, Speaker. Morning to the leader of the caucus of the ANC. Morning to the MMCs present, all fellow councillors, MMC. As I stand to present item 40, as the ANC, we approve this report with the understanding that it is aimed to ensure that there is alignment of KPIs with the relevant legislation requirements. And also, we understand that this report also serves to ensure that the priorities are in line with the integrated development plan. So, MMC, Speaker, we approve this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tabane. MMC Morero.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to the Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor, and the Chief Whip of Council. All the comments are noted. I therefore ask Council to approve the report. Thank you.
Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 40.36. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. Next.
We are now on item 41, which is operating adjustment budget for the 2023-24 financial year.
Councillor Boer.
Môre mevrou die Speaker, ek het nie tyd in 3 minute om almal te groet nie. Ek het belangrike woorde om te vertel. Maar almal gegroet. Good morning everybody.
Councillor Boer, can you just have a seat, please? Councillor Belinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry to interrupt. I missed when it was the Secretary Council was tabling it. May I please request for the 15-minute caucus break? Thanks.
It will be granted, but can we go through this item first?
It's about this item, yes. Thanks. If
15,
yeah,
15.
Thanks.
Okay, verskoning Raadslid Boer. Can we have the 15 minutes and strictly 15 minutes, please? Just before you leave, MMC Masuku.
Speaker, for the record, we will respect your ruling. However, you are setting a precedence that we are not accustomed to in council, particularly because the item was on record. There was already a councillor already engaging on the item. We will respect your ruling. However, you are setting a precedence that we are not used to. Can it be noted?
Noted, Councillor, and I think I actually did not want to give it, and then the councillor said that it was on the item, so yeah. But we are not going to do that again, and please, opposition, please, let's not do that. Because I'm going to be the one in the dog box.
We'll never oppose, Speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we be seated? Councillors at the back. Councillors at the back. Can we be seated? Thank you. We said 15 minutes and we went actually 4 minutes over the 15 minutes. Councillor Belinda, can you report back?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We were actually here on time. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. We are ready to proceed.
Okay. Raadslid Boer, jy was nog op die platform.
Dankie mevrou die speaker. Ek dink jy moet my 2 minute extra gee en vat het sommer van die idee as dit tyd af, want hulle het my nou 'n bietjie onder druk geplaas hierso. Madam Speaker, councillors, I want to speak about...
Raadslid, kan jy net jou stoel vat asseblief? Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had my hand up before you acknowledged Councillor Boer to stand. As the Patriotic Alliance, we request for 1 hour caucus break on this very item. Thank you.
In Afrikaans sê hulle het nog gedeel met my, ne? Fine. Councillor Boer, dit lyk hulle wil nie hê jy moet praat vandag nie. And MMC Masuku was saying there is going to be a president set and well, okay. Councillor Rafferty, granted, 1 hour. Thank you, councillors. Can we be seated and so that we can start? We were on item 41, but before we go there, we would ask the Chief Whip of the PA to report back to us, and if we are good to go.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. For the time allocated, we're good to go.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boer, ek hoop daar is nou regtig nie weer enige interruptions vir jou nie.
Mevrouw de Speaker, nee, wraggies, ek hoop ook so, want lyk my niemand wil hoor wat in die stadse finansies aangaan nie. Madam Speaker, dear councillors, I'm speaking on the operating budget, adjustment budget for 2023-2024. To start off with, the Freedom Front will definitely not support this budget adjustment. It is so far-fetched, unrealistic, that we cannot approve this. I'm going to name 3 examples. On the income side, the income for fines and penalties for the actual 6 months up until the end of December amounted to 164 million against a budget of 475 million. So we under collected revenue of 310 million. The reason that was given on page 41.9 was that the JMPD, the budget is reduced by 790 million due to the underperformance of fines revenue due to the lapse of the speed law enforcement contract. I'm sure the MMC for Public Safety will be able to tell us that the contract for speed law enforcement is still in place. It actually came into effect on November 2022 and it is still running. I'm seeing the cameras every single day. But we have decreased our budgeted income by 790 million because of this error. The second one is electricity, and that is a shocker. Our electricity actual income for the 6 months up until the end of December was 9.6 billion, down by 2 billion against the budget for the same period, and that is understandable due to load shedding and a couple of other reasons. But if you look at the adjustment budget, the income is downscaled from 23 billion to 19 billion, which is 3.9 billion rand less. But also, so is the cost. The actual cost year to date on electricity was 8.9 billion against the budget of 9.7. Only 783 million rand less than budgeted for. But for the full year adjustment budget, we budget the expense on electricity down from 16 billion to 13 billion, a decrease of 2.7 billion. This is not on. If you look on the actual 6 months, our income is 9.6, expense 8.9, surplus 600,000. What we budget for the next 6 months, 9.5 billion rand income, only 4.6 billion rand expenses, and a profit on electricity 4.8 billion. It's totally unrealistic. If you look on salary expenses, our salary expenses was, for the year-to-date 6 months actual, 560 million rand over budget. For the adjustment budget, we only budget for 50 million over budget. Where are we going to realize that? We already 560 million over expenses that we should end up on the salary expenses of at least 1.1 billion rand over budget. And the last one, debt impairment. Our debt impairment cost for the 6 months actual was 144 million over. Nee, maar mevrouw de Speaker, geef me nog een beetje kans, man.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. Thank you. Councillor Santana, can we stick to the time? You have 8 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 41, the operating adjustment budget and the annexures thereto, A through to D, for the 2023-2024 financial year. Firstly, I must highlight the concerning trend of the Government of Local Unity deliberately withholding the monthly budget statements from the Council and the Section 79 Group Finance Oversight Committee. The last available report was the 31st of January 2024, covering the period July to October 2023. There was ample time to provide the reports up to and including the 31st of December 2023, yet only a selected few possess the updated and valid information. This raises a crucial question: how can councillors make an informed decisions and pass an adjustment budget under these circumstances? Secondly, this lack of transparency and good governance becomes more apparent because despite reaching out to the MMC of Finance for meaningful engagement, we, the Democratic Alliance, are yet to receive a response. We sought to gain a comprehensive understanding of the proposed adjustments, and additionally, we're eager to contribute constructive inputs to ensure that the interests and the needs of all 135 wards within the City of Johannesburg were adequately addressed. Madam Speaker, upon analysing the operating budget, adjustment budget, several noteworthy points emerged. As at the 31st of December, there was an operating deficit of 563.7 million against a year-to-date budget deficit of 242.2 million before capital transfers and taxation. The 2023 operating adjustment budget indicates a decrease in revenue of 4.2 billion and expenditure by 3.2 billion, excluding internal transfers. The net effect is a surplus of 1.1 billion compared to the approved budget surplus of 2.1 billion and not million, according to the report. The decrease in revenue is primarily attributed to the exchange revenue service charges of electricity downwards of 3.9 billion and non-exchange revenue of JMPD's underperformance of fines, penalties, etc. of 79 million. Expenditure decreases are notable in bulk purchases of electricity by 2.8 billion and inventory consumed by 371.4 million. However, concerns arise from the increase in employee-rated costs by 55.7 million, interest by 225.7 million, and other losses of 699.4 million. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Section 28 of the MMFA, an adjustment budget, amongst others, must adjust the revenue and expenditure estimates downwards if there is a material undercollection of revenue during the current year. The underperformance in revenue and its collection directly impacts our cash flows. With our cash and cash equivalents budgeted to be at 878 million as at the year end, we as the Democratic Alliance believe that the operating budget drastically falls short in addressing the risks associated with going concerns of our municipal-owned entities, especially in dealing with technical and non-technical losses for both City Power and Joburg Water. The Democratic Alliance therefore requests that Council considers implementing Section 93B, subsection C, Roman numeral 1 and 2 of the Municipal Systems Act for all municipal-owned entities that are factually insolvent. And for the benefit of Council, I'll read out what that section states. A parent municipality which has sole control of a municipal entity or effective control in the case of a municipal entity which is a private company may liquidate or disestablish the municipality entity following an annual performance review if the performance of the municipal entity is unsatisfactory. 2, if the municipality does not impose a financial recovery plan in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act and the municipal entity continues to experience serious or persistent financial problems. Madam Speaker, it is crucial to highlight that the Executive is neglecting its responsibility by not providing the Section 79 Group Finance Oversight Committee with the required reports as per our terms of reference. We kindly request the Chair of Chairs and your office, Madam Speaker, to intervene. That being said, kindly note that the DA will not support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Natemba from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Bapela, the Chief Whip of the EFF, Thabisa Mokgapi, Mayoral Committee, in particular our two very capable MMC, the undisputed 29 Red Sea, fellow councillors, members of the public in the gallery, and those at home. I greet you all in the name of expropriation of land without compensation for equal redistribution. Speaker, I raise on item 41, operating adjustment budget for 2023-2024. The EFF always advocates for superior logic and always has foreseen in the midterm budget presentation by the MMC, the EFF bombarded and warned against the city of Joburg not using grant. It looks like the city of Joburg did not heed the call, as reports from the National Treasury, as both the city of Joburg and Tshwane forfeited a combined 1.8 billion due to underperformance and non-compliance of expenditure of grant. City of Joburg at 1.2 billion. The report from Treasury puts City of Joburg at 45% underspending, which is very concerning. We want to highlight that the issue of consequences management is missing. This shows the lackadaisical approach and the indifference to our 6 million residents of our city. The EFF, we always advocate for the poor, downtrodden, marginalized community, and a grant by the definition is meant for such people. The grants were meant for the following: projects preparation, urban settlement development, upgrading of informal settlement, public transport, neighborhood development. The city of Joburg cannot always say it's a caring city. When in council it was announced that there were 181 approved informal settlement. If we approve this settlement and ignore the available money for upgrading this informal settlement, what message are we sending, we ask? Public transport remains one of our necessary items that the poor, downtrodden, and marginalized always uses, and they rally on public transport. There has been a number of problems in the transport department, and the grant could have eased them. Many issues affect the public transport. On page 41.21, losses are unacceptable, and we would like to zoom in this. Oversight measures that such losses cannot be minimized or the best avoided. The city is not meeting its revenue target, and therefore any losses of efficiency should be given a priority. As the EFF, we accept the recommendation with concern raised above. 2024, it's our 1994. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marema from the ANC.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the leadership of the City of Johannesburg, led by Councillor Mayor Kwamanda, and greetings to all MMCs that are present. I saw the Chief Whip earlier on, greetings to him. Speaker, I rise on item 41, operating adjustment budget for 2023-2024 financial year. In terms of Section 28 of the Municipal Financial Management Act, an adjustment budget, amongst others, must adjust the revenue and expenditure estimates downwards if there is material under collection of revenue during the current year, and may appropriate additional revenues that have become available over and above those anticipated in the annual budget, but only to revise or accelerate spending programs already budgeted for, and may within a prescribed framework authorized unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure recommended by the mayor of the municipality, and may authorize the utilization of the projected saving in one vote towards spending another vote, and may correct any errors in any annual budget, and may provide for any other expenditure within prescribed framework. And in terms of the budget, municipal budget and reporting regulation, only one adjustment budget may be tabled in council during a financial year after tabling of the mid-year budget and performance assessment, but not later than the 28th of February. And Speaker, I'm reading this legislation in light of what has been raised by other councillors, but just to try and draw an attention to council that the report tabled now, the adjustment, OPEX adjustment budget tabled now, it's necessitated by what the legislation allows for this council to do. Having said that, Speaker, I think it will only be fair that we also reflect. We reflect from the words and which we borrow from our former president, Nelson Mandela, who says, after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. You see, I am sitting down, Speaker, listening to arguments from the right that says that perhaps these MOEs that we have in the city of Johannesburg, perhaps they might be liquidated. But history has no blank page. You see, I remember the former mayor, Mayor Mpomerane, when he left, in City Power, they had access of 3 billion. And after the taking over by the former mayor, Mpo Palazzi, things started moving backward. To date, if you look at where we are in as far as the budget adjustment report is concerned, you will realize that this is just but a road to recovery. We have climbed one mountain, one hill. We now realize we have many more hills to climb. And now, the councillors on the right argues that we must liquidate. When the legislation argues that if we see that we're not going to achieve the actual budget, we must adjust. My learned councillors on the right argues that we do not approve the adjustment budget, which is likely or which is intended to give the residents of the city of Johannesburg service delivery. But you see, history has no blank page. Few years ago, and maybe before I go to that, let me quote what Emil Cabral says. Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties.
Councillor Marema, can you take your seat? There's a hand. Councillor Belinda.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I just want to raise a point of order on Councillor Marema. If he says tell no lies, they must bring the Section 71 reports to Council.
What point of order was that, Councillor? Councillor Marema, you may carry on.
Thank you very much. You see, in summary, my argument says, if you are allowed by legislations to do adjustment, do that justice to the people and the residents of the city of Johannesburg, and nothing else. Of course, we are not masking any difficulties around how the city is at the current moment. But this is due to many climbing of the mountains that we have climbed
not realizing that there's many more. We're in a road of recovery, and we must not be blocked, because the legislation allows and gives us the space to say, if you see errors, or if you see you cannot achieve with what is given to you, you need to then adjust the budget. So in the interest of the residents of the city of Johannesburg, as the African National Congress, we are going to vote for this budget to pass in the interest of those residents that are there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Marema, thank you. MMC Morero.
Thanks, Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, and greetings to the Chief Whip, Councillor Zungu, and welcome. We have realized he has healed. Leaders of political parties. Madam Speaker, let me take a few seconds just to respond to some of the concerns as raised by the House. One, in the issue of this adjustment budget being unrealistic. And I thought it is important to note that we have underwent a vigorous test with National Treasury, who then arrived at the conclusion that indeed the adjustment budget is realistic, and they agreed with us last week already and gave us a green light. So it is important to also note, Councillor Santana and the House, that indeed we did everything in compliance with the MFMA to ensure that whatever is delivered to Council is compliant with the FMMA. At no stage would have ignored what is stipulated in the FMMA, including the fact that the risks were properly assessed, and hence National Treasury was comfortable to say we can proceed. It is also important to note that the matter in relations to the fines, we have to understand it in the context that the drop in the fines was due to the impact of the South African Post Office contract. As you know, that the South African Post Office had its own issues, which led to it being under business rescue, which therefore had an effect on our ability to collect on the fines, and that is why you would realize that there was a drop. So I hope I've tried to respond to some of the critical issues that would have been raised, except those that perhaps might just be political statements, having understood that we are in a challenge to try and address the current situation that is facing the city. It is also important to note that the increase in salaries that has been mentioned in the report is linked to additional positions appointed at City Power for just around about 50 million. And the focus on it is about us being able to turn around the operations and the functions of the City Power, or rather of core. So that is the intention of that increase in your salaries. But it was really addressing the positions that would have been appointed. It is also important to note, Madam Speaker, that as we try to navigate these financial positions of the city, we also have to acknowledge that electricity has had a decrease in terms of what we are able to collect, or the profits that we're supposed to be making from the sales of electricity. So electricity has decreased, and as such, that is why we're experiencing some of the crisis that we're experiencing. And to a large extent, it has been due to load shedding. And that is why the units that we would sell, we are unable to recover those units that we might have sold. You'll also realize that in the report, that we have gone through, we have acknowledged that electricity revenue has decreased by almost 3.9 billion, and this is as a result of a decrease in units sold due to the impact of persistent or continuous load shedding, and of course the 10% reduction in customer base, due to the fact that some of the customers are beginning to migrate to alternative
MMC,
sources
30
of
seconds
energy.
left. 30 seconds.
Therefore, Madam Speaker, I rise to probably ask Council to approve this operation budget. Thanks.
Thank you, MMC. We'll allow councillors to be seated before I carry on. Okay, do we agree? Are we agreeing to the item? Okay. I heard both yes and no. Can we then vote? Can we then vote? We can start over again. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors. Can we then go over to voting? Legal? Those, the yeses? Can we see the yeses? Can we walk into council, the yeses? And the noes must also come in. Please remain in your seat while you count it. The yeses, can you lower your hands? The yeses, can you lower your hands? Those that say no, can we see your hands? The noes, you can put down your hands. Those who abstain, they're outside. They're absent, okay. Thank you.
To the Constitution, Section 166.
Okay, councillors, I am actually looking at councillors walking in after we have voted. We are very ill-disciplined. Let's put it that way. We are ill-disciplined. And it's not fair to this council. We said we're coming back at 25 past, and it's now almost 25 past 1, so we decided to stay out for 2 hours. I think we should do that, Councillor Mosetla. The results of the voting is as follows. Abstain, none. Noes, 71. Yeses, 125. And we know what that means. We know what that means. It cannot be carried. We need 136. And we blame those that were outside. Can we be disciplined? We just said those that walked in late were ill-disciplined. Those of us making a noise is also ill-disciplined. I didn't call for celebrations, Councillor.
Should we proceed now?
I think it's better if you read it for them. 160, so you start from 2 up to...
Councillors, I'm reading out of the Constitution, Section 160, and if we can listen, internal procedures. A municipal council makes decisions concerning the exercise of all the powers and performances of all the functions of the municipality. Is it 2?
160. You start here. 2.
The following functions may not be delegated by a municipal council: the passing of bylaws, the approval of budgets, the imposition of rates and other taxes, levies and duties, and the raising of loans. The following functions may not be delegated by a municipal council: a majority of the members of a municipal council must be present before a vote may be taken to any matter. All questions concerning matters mentioned in subsection 2 are determined by a decision taken by a municipal council with a supporting vote of a majority of its members. I pause. And our majority is 136. Can we go to the next item? Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 84, we'd like the recording of the Democratic Alliance vote against the last item, and also to congratulate you in upholding the Constitution of this country. Thank you.
Councillor Christians, I think we've always had the discussion. After you voted no, then you still stand up and say we dissent, but it's fine.
Just put it on record, Madam, that the item is not carried.
I want to put on record the item is not carried, and we'll, yeah.
Councillors, we proceed to item 42, which is a capital adjustment budget for 2023-24 financial year.
Can we have order? Item 42, IFP, Councillor D. Mangani.
Thank you, Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, as we gather here today to discuss the capital adjustment budget for our beloved city of Johannesburg, it is important that we address some pressing concerns regarding the projections and allocations within the proposed budget. While it is understandable that we aim to impress our citizens with ambitious plans, we must remain realistic and grounded in our financial projections. The projections within this budget must be based on the actual revenue and grants that the city is expected to receive. Exaggerating these projections not only misleads our citizens, but also sets unrealistic expectations for the services that we as the city can deliver. This budget serves as a roadmap towards efficient service delivery, and it must be crafted with prudence and accuracy. Speaker, we must have robust measures in place to monitor how every cent of this budget is spent. Far too often we have witnessed municipalities lose money to treasury due to lack of oversight and accountability in expenditure. This mismanagement not only jeopardizes the success of crucial projects, but also undermines the trust of our citizens in their government. Speaker, I must also remind the executive mayor of his promise to prioritize the improvement of hostels within our city. However, Speaker, the reality on the ground paints a completely different picture. Residents of Madala and Dube Hostel continue to wait for project promised to them. Dube Hostel still has unfinished units and essentials upgrades such as sewer pipes remain neglected. Equally, the residents of Mzimhlope Hostel are left grumbling with damaged sewer pipes, further worsening their living conditions. Madala Hostel stands as a testament to unfulfilled promises awaiting its overdue demolition. Furthermore, Speaker, citizens of Nicefield Hostel who were devastated by floods have yet to see any meaningful assistance from the city. These examples raise a troubling question, Speaker. Where did the allocated funds go? The failure of this department to upgrade hostels leaves residents and stakeholders delusioned and questioning the integrity of our government. Runa sa mokgatlo wa IFP ne re solofela gore mosebetsi o montle o no wetswa ke Councillor Mabaso o tla tswela pele. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mangane. Raadslid Boer.
Dankie, mevrou die Speaker. I'm raising on the capital adjustment budget 2023-2024. Here as well, we see some concerning trends. If you look at the actual figures on capital expenditure for the first 6 months, the actual figures, only 28% of the capital budget was spent, while 6 months means 50% of the year is gone by. If we add in commitments, the spending is up to 38%, also way down where we should be. The capital budget is adjusted by 738 million, and that comes to a cost to the poorest of the poor of our residents. Braamfontein Community Centre, minus 35 million. Cosmo City Swimming Pool and Community Centre, minus 27 million. Matolliesville Community Centre, minus 30 million. Pretiak South Clinic Renewal, minus 27 million. New Turffontein Clinic, minus 32 million. And so we are taking money from where it is needed in our communities. To our poor MMC for transport, we have to run for another year with the elaborated buses that you inherited from the multi-party government, because the glue is not going to give you money for new buses either. New buses, minus 60 million. The worrying factor here is Group ICT, minus 73 million, and we need to update our city's IT system to be MSCOA compatible. We need to invest money in there, and again, we are taking 73 million rand away from it. At least I see there's some money budgeted for the restoration of the Lillian Ngoyi street that was damaged by the gas explosion, 64 million. I hope that money is enough to do that. And then I see also in Johannesburg Water, there's only an increase of capital spending of 8.3 million. The city is not taking water seriously. We have seen what a major said as well, areas being without water. And the reason for that is our infrastructure that we're leaking water, physical water losses, but not only that, people are using water and not paying for it. And if you get something for free, or you get something for not paying for it, there's no reason why you would protect that source. And that is our biggest problem in our city. Various regions in our city, and the MMC knows exactly who they are not paying for water, so they don't worry to waste water, and we are leaking water, and that is why we are over our allocated amount from rand water by 18%, as the mayor said this morning, and that is our worrying factors. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Councillor Santana, DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you just switch me around with Councillor Jacobs, please, if you don't mind, and I'll speak after him. Thank you.
I didn't get that.
Please, can you push Carl Jacobs up, Councillor Carl Jacobs, in my position, and I'll speak in his position, and he can have 6 minutes, and I'll have 2. Thank you.
Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 42, the capital adjustment budget for the 2023-24 financial year. Madam Speaker, we are a city in crisis and this council's mismanagement is to blame. It is crucial to contextualize this adjustment budget within the current time and place to comprehend its deficiencies fully. Johannesburg in 2024 is a failing city where buildings ablaze, residents endure frequent unplanned power outages alongside disruptive load shedding, and communities grapple with water outages. Our crippled road infrastructure poses a significant safety hazard to residents. 2 years ago, the estimated infrastructure backlog for the city stood at a staggering 300 billion rand. With this context in mind, the importance of capex budgets to address the city's decaying infrastructure becomes catastrophically evident. In the face of this dire need for capex investment, the ANC EFF PA government has not added to an already insufficient capex budget, but has actually decreased it by over 700 million rand. These cuts affect critical infrastructure projects that drastically affect residents' quality of life. This is evident as key electricity infrastructure projects such as a new substation for Raamsig, Dainfin substation upgrade, switch yard in Pennyville, upgrades to overhead lines and public street lighting citywide, to list a few, have had most or all their budgets cut. In Joburg Water, critical infrastructure projects such as the Brixton Reservoir and Crosby Bulk Pipeline and Pump Station have had their budgets cut. This government may attempt to justify its actions by citing a challenging and stagnant economic environment and say, well, they're entitled to make these adjustment budget cuts in terms of Section 28 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. But the truth is that the problems the city cites for their decision is of their own doing. The city is forced to make these cuts due to the gross incompetence and corrupt practices of the ANC EFF-PA government. This government has failed to address underperforming collection of rates and taxes, exacerbating poor financial management and uncontrolled expenditure. Moreover, many of the infrastructure projects have been impacted by poor project management and delays in project initiation. This government has even failed to spend national government grants meant for critical infrastructure and housing for our most vulnerable residents. This is essentially free money which was given to the city. All this government needed to do was plan and initiate these various projects. Perhaps none of this should come as a surprise under the leadership of a compromised, inept and unconstitutional city manager. The Doomsday Coalition cannot justify this budget nor provide excuses. In the DA-governed city of Cape Town, capex budgets have increased annually with plans to invest 43 billion rand in infrastructure over the next 3 years, surpassing the combined budgets of both Johannesburg and eThekwini. This financial year alone, Cape Town has allocated a capex budget of 11 billion rand, with 73% directed toward low-income households and informal settlements. This is yet another demonstration of the simple truth that where the DA governs, we govern better and progress is made. To the residents of Johannesburg, use your vote wisely on the 29th of May. Make the choice to stand against maladministration, crime, corruption, load shedding, water outages. Make the choice to rescue South Africa, and Johannesburg will follow. I thank you.
Councillor Netemba. Councillor Netemba, EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Bapela Rasirute, Chief Whip of the EFF, Thabisa Mokgapi, and all councillors. We note the decrease of a capital budget of purchasing guns from 15 million to 5 million. Can we get explanation of why this was reduced? We have just recently launched a tactical response team last year. We promised to fight crime and meet fire with fire. Why do you arbitrarily reduce this without consulting? We said we are serious about fighting. We requested the MMC to review this decision. It is definitely music to the ear of the thugs around the city of Johannesburg. Majority of JMPD officers need these weapons to fight crime and also to protect themselves when they do crime prevention. As a city, through the mayor of Johannesburg, we commit to fight crime and made promises. Why do you adjust it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Santana, 2 seconds.
What, 3 seconds?
2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's quite evident when we're looking at the city of Johannesburg that we have serious issues. And again, I stood up last council offering our assistance, both Councillor Boo and myself, with the MMC, and he just does not seem fit to actually engage with us to try and actually find common ground or cause for all our residents in the city of Johannesburg. And it's his doing, not ours, it's his doing. And that being said, it actually saddens me, because we are here for all our residents, we really are. I want to see Joburg work, but I can't see Joburg work with an administration that is not willing to actually take part or even allow us to engage. The Section 71 reports that I continuously raise is part of that issue. Time and time again, hence why I raised in my speech, I want your office and the chair of chairs now to actually intervene, because it's in the group finance terms of reference that we want those reports. And if it doesn't get reviewed, I'll take it up further with COCTA or the MEC. But I'm insisting that we get that stuff so we can engage promptly, we can advise, we can try and work together in a common solution for our residents. That's what we're here for. Politics aside, we'll vote that on the 29th of May, with all due respect. And again, I'm offering out my hand to the MMC. Please engage. Stop being so arrogant.
30 seconds.
And therefore, I say thank you, Chair, and note that Democratic does not support this item. Thank you very much.
Councillor Marema, ANC.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity that you are affording us. It's really painful to listen to some of the arguments when they are made, and they remind me of the former Mayor Parkstow, who at one of his speeches, he once made a speech of people who indicates left and turn right. Through you, Speaker, Councillor Santana makes indication of the fact that they are here for these residents. But on the mere fact that the MMC Finance did not engage them, they are not going to support the budget. So he's going to punish the residents of the cities, the residents of Johannesburg, on the basis that he was never afforded an opportunity to engage. They had their time. The mayor was unpopular. They had their time.
Councillor Marema, I'm not sure the DA caucus leader, when you get up, she has points of order.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Councillor Marema must not mislead this council. Requesting to engage is very clear that we want to work together.
On which rule?
It's Rule 72. He's misleading council. He's misleading council.
Thank you, Councillor.
And he needs to withdraw that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Now, thank you very much, Speaker. And you see, as I was listening and I'm sitting here with my heart reeling that the OPEX did not go through. And now we are at the CAPEX midterm budget. And something came to my mind that perhaps the council, perhaps the city of Johannesburg, must have some sense of a crash course on why we are here at this item. Because we are following legislations. It tells us, this legislation tells us that if you projected during June, you projected that the budget will be this way, we will use it this way. Along the way, you realize that, no, man, things might not necessarily work the way we have projected. The legislation then gives you an opportunity to adjust. At least we are not telling lies that all is well. We are bringing the state of the city in front of everyone to say. And that everyone comes here and reiterate the very same sense we are bringing to them. Because we hide no lies. We claim no easy victory. Now, this is a situation where now some councillors, when they argue, and of course there are those shortfalls that are there. We are not blind to the fact that load shedding has hit the city so hard that some of the customers are now relying on independent powers. We are not blind to the fact that things are not going well. We are here to fix that, and we are asking councillors to take responsibility in approving the capex budget in the interest of the residents of the city of Johannesburg, not carry emotions. By a vote, I thank you, Speaker.
MMC Morero. MMC Morero.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillors, can we stop howling?
And acknowledge the comments made by councillors here, and do note the comments. But Madam Speaker, let me just take a few issues from Councillor Santana. You see, once you refer to somebody as being arrogant, you are creating an atmosphere that creates what we call, where I come from, an environment that will perpetuate antagonism. Now, if Councillor Santana wants to raise critical points, should raise critical points and not find himself demonstrating to the entire Johannesburg what type of an individual he is. He needs to rise above petty issues and focus on content. And it is in the interest of this council that he must help us as council to navigate the current situation and not go for a person. Anyway, leadership will always be distinguished between rank and file and leadership. So I choose not to respond because I believe I'm a leader of the African National Congress. Now, Councillor Santana and the cows at large, there are reasons why we have arrived at rebasing. And in fact, the Municipal Finance Management Act stipulates that the accounting officer must assess.
MMC, can you take your seat? Councillor St. John, Councillor Belinda.
Well done on trying. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Point of order on the MMC. Did I hear correct? And he can verify if we heard correct. That the clouds at large, or the cows at large, or the clowns at large. We want to hear who he's referring to. Thank you very much.
Councillors, councillors, can I allow the MMC to clarify what he said?
It does, okay. Madam Speaker, I believe ke ngwana o godisitsweng hantle. So there was no way I could have said that. Perhaps maybe my tongue just did something. Imagine saying cows to honorable councillors of the city of Johannesburg. I will never do that. Ke godisitswe hantle. My apologies if it had sounded in that way, Speaker. It was not my intention. I won't debate that English is not our mother tongue, but I'll correct it. So, Madam Speaker, the FMMA then calls on the accounting officer that he must assess the performance of the municipality during the first half of the financial year. As part of the assessment, or make recommendations to be implemented in the adjustment a budget. So the City of Johannesburg, like any other municipality in the country, may of course table an adjustment budget in accordance with the FMMA. Now, Madam Speaker, we do rebase precisely because we find ourselves in a tight situation, having made particular assumptions in the 2023-2024 budget, but those assumptions unfortunately did not or were not realized as a result of us being behind the budgeted billing by 2.7 billion by the 31st of December 2023. Now, we do accept the conditions that might have led to us being in this situation, and therefore, what we then need to do is to strategically or reallocation of budgets must be made to focus on key areas, which those key areas are our revenue generating areas. One, City Power, Joburg Water, and Pick It Up, or refuse. So City Power, Joburg Water, and Pick It Up are key revenue entities, and as a municipality, we are required by law to provide the services. As you know, those remain the core services of the municipality. Therefore, non-core expenditure should be paused in the meantime, in the medium term, so that these entities can be funded and key infrastructure can be refurbished and replaced. Now, we need to then arrive at a decision that we are going to
50
rebase
seconds.
on the basis of that. But what we have went through, it was a vigorous exercise which concluded with us agreeing that we will rebase this time around at least at about 4 billion, at least 2 billion less than the rebase that we had to go through last year. And that is an indication that there is some work that's been done to ensure that over time we can ensure that the finances and the budget of
20
the city
seconds.
are stable. I therefore table this report for approval, Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you, MMC Morero. Do we agree to the item? Can I have the yeses show of hands? The yeses, you can lower your hands. Can I see the noes? The noes, you can lower your hands. Those who abstain.
Socialism.
Those who abstain? None. Okay. Those who abstain is none. Those no is 69. Those yes is 134. And we know. Thank you. For the record, the item is not carried. Yeses 134, no 69, abstain 0. It's not carried. Councillor Christians, I know so well what you're going to say, but it's fine.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I congratulate you for holding up the Constitution of the country. That is why now I applaud you on holding. Speaker, earlier on I applauded you on holding up the Constitution of the country. This time I applaud you on holding up the rules of this House in terms of Rule 84. Please record that the DA voted against that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors? 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 Councillors, we are now going to break for lunch. It's 10 to 2. We'll come back at 10 to 3. 10 to 3. Are we all inside the chamber? Can we get seated? Councillors, can we get seated? I am slow and go today. Are we done discussing our own discussions? Can we continue? Thank you.
Councillors, we are on item 43, which is the 2023-24 institutional SDBIP, a mid-year service level standard review for consideration and approval by council.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Patriotic Alliance, we support this particular report with some concerns in terms of the amendments to the standard operating procedures. Just at times that...
Councillor Rafferty, just hold on. Chairperson Mnyameni and the chair next to you. And the back row, just in front of the IT people. Can we please listen to councillors? Thank you. Councillor Rafferty.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just in terms of the amendments made to the turnaround times is precisely why we sit with the problems that we have sat with over the past few weeks. Today is a classical, in fact, yesterday was a classical example for the residents of Pimville, Eldos, up until Orange Farm, where Joburg Water, even up until now, I think I only saw 2 updates on a critical issue that they need to be reporting on so that residents know what is happening. And this is basically where we fail, and it seems like there's no consequence management in terms of this. So we need to begin to take this very seriously and get things done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zita from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to the EFF caucus leader, Councillor Bapela Rasurute, EFF Chief Whip, Mrs. Thabisa Mkhapi, EFF councillors and fellow councillors. Speaker, the revised institutional SDBIP mid-year service level standard primarily proposed a reduction of set target by up to 20%. While acknowledging the validity of the motivation provided, some of which are beyond city's control, we advocate for a more proactive and innovative approach from the government, especially in the face of challenges like load shedding. We suggest beginning with addressing without hesitation achievable objectives, such as adjusting KPIs due to capacity constraints, which could be swiftly resolved by expediting the hiring process. As the EFF, we endorse the amendment to the city's institutional service level standard charter for 2023-2024, while also urging the exploration of innovative strategies to prevent the necessity for such adjustment in the future. So as the EFF, we approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Morero.
I was still celebrating Councillor Zita's input. Thank you, Speaker. Perhaps maybe, Speaker, let me just table the report to Council for consideration and approval. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Is the item approved? Thank you.
We proceed with item 44, which is request for approval to grant.
Just hold on. Yes, MMC Masuku.
Speaker, through your indulgence, on behalf of the executive, we request the withdrawal of item 44 and item 38. Ma'am, must I repeat that?
Yes, ma'am.
Item 7, 13, 20, 38, and 44. 7, 13, 38, and 44. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. It's 40.
Councillors, we are still on the elevated items. We are now on item 35, which is recruitment and appointment process of the Chief for Emergency Management Services position within the Public Safety Department.
Councillor Soon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Esteemed fellow councillors, greetings to all residents watching through various platforms. A warm acknowledgement to our fellow councillors, MMCs, leader of the official opposition. Madam Speaker, as the councillors in the House, we often find ourselves in this House delivering flamboyant and sometimes inflammatory political speeches aimed at attacking one another. However, amidst these exchanges, we often lose sight of the most and the fundamental reason why we are here and how we got here. We're here because of our residents, and our primary duty is to service them. And this brings me to the topic of discussion today, which is the recruitment and the appointment of the Chief of Emergency Management Services. Just this week, I had the opportunity to attend a meeting at the Randburg Fire Station, convened by Ward Councillor Lucinda Harmon. During this meeting, it was revealed that on an optimal day, each region in the city would only have 2, not 4, not 6, but 2 functional fire engines on call. The situation is unacceptable, but yet the truth. And this again highlights, months after months, year after year, the critical issue that needs urgent attention in the city of Johannesburg. Unfortunately, the light at the end of the tunnel has been turned off once again, and this time not by Eskom. It was revealed to us that the contractor that was awarded...
Councillors,
Yes, Madam
you
Speaker.
can carry on,
Thank you.
Councillor Sun.
It was revealed to us that the contractor was recently awarded the tender for the supply of fire engines has failed to provide the necessary performance bank guarantee. This means that this is a setback once again, which means the entire procurement process of fire engines must start afresh, leaving us uncertain as to when the city of Joburg, the residents, will see fire engines in the stations again. Madam Speaker, the inconvenience truth is that our city is burning and our residents are suffering, whilst our EMS firefighters and rescue responders are operating under deplorable conditions. We earnestly hope and offer our full support to the incoming EMS chief to implement the much needed reforms in this department. And Chief, this is a message to you. We implore you to base your administrative decisions on professionalism and the welfare of the people of Johannesburg. And please do not appease the political pressures for votes by a failing government. In you, we place our trust and hope for positive change. We stand in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF Councillor Nhlapo, P. Nhlapo.
Greetings to the Speaker, greetings to the Mayor and all councillors at the House. I rise on item 35. We are behind the decision taken by the selection panel as the position was advertised externally and also internally on circular number 090 of 2023. The panel was fit in terms of the selection process as it constituted of the Chief Operation Officer, which is Chairman, and the MMC of Public Safety, as well as external experts. The selected candidate has more than 21 years experience and 7 more years serving at senior management level and has good knowledge of governance. The selected candidate has been also acting on the position and he demonstrates excellent leadership skills. He is ethical, results-driven, humble and disciplined. The EFF note and approve the appointment of Andres Mukavele as he was ranked top candidate by the selection panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Enran from the DA. IT, the mics. The mic, please. Can you switch off your mics? Whoever's mic is on.
There we go. We're winning. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and esteemed DA colleagues, as well as individuals in the House. Last week's court ruling marks a significant step towards transparency in our democracy, compelling the ANC to disclose its cadre deployment practices, revealing its role in state capture. It empowers South Africans to demand accountability through the Promotion of Access to Information Act, shedding light on ANC interference in appointments. The case exposes President Cyril Ramaphosa's involvement in state capture as head of the Cadre Deployment Committee. It is a pivotal moment in our fight against corruption, unveiling the
Councillor
ANC's...
Rand, can you take your seat? There's a point of order. Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising to request the councillor not to speak about the president who's not here to respond for himself. As the president was said that We do not have to speak about other people like
Councillors, I
Mehelen
can't
Zille.
hear what the council is saying. Can we please refrain from that?
Can she withdraw and stop making references on our president, because it has been said by the councillors of the DA that we cannot speak about Mehelen Zille because they are not here to respond for themselves. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ran, can you continue with your speech? But speak to the item, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am. You'll see in a moment. It is a pivotal moment in our fight against corruption, unveiling the ANC's complicity in undermining the public sector. Cadre deployment isn't a victimless crime. It is at the core of corruption and state capture. It's the reason for our crises like load shedding, infrastructure failure, and economic decline.
Councillor Ran, can you have a seat? Councillor? Yes. I can't see. Councillor, please, he's lifted his hand. He wants to give a point of order, please.
Yeah.
No.
What's the problem? I raised the point of order on the
Councillor,
speaker.
can you carry on with the point of order? I'll deal with it.
Yes.
I'll deal with the councillor here.
Very well. Let's agree in principle here that that person is out of order. In simple. In simple terms, Speaker, am I protected?
Councillor, who's the person?
The speaker was on the podium. Okay, I don't know her name. I can't pronounce her name. That councillor is bringing the issue of whatever deployment and everything. And that issue is being dealt with the courts, of which, if she wants to kowtow with us, there's no problem. There is a letter that is going around that was written in Afrikaans by the very John Standard 10 mentality person.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
So we can't be drawn into things that are not privy here.
Councillor Ran. Councillor Ran, I've asked that you speak to the item. Can we please speak to the item and we deal with the issues that we have to deal with?
Madam Speaker, with
Please,
respect, I am speaking to the
You don't
item.
have to argue with me. Speak to your item.
All right. Okay. The DA is committed to eradicating cadre deployment corruption, actively pursuing legal avenues to abolish it post-2024. We urge all South Africans who share our vision of a skilled, merit-based public service to join us in this endeavour. Transparency, fairness, and justice are our principles. We stand against cadre deployment and corruption, advocating for a capable state that serves all citizens. We cannot allow cadre deployment to dictate our agendas. However, we welcome the appointment of the Chief of EMS, recognizing its critical importance. It is imperative that the new appointee prioritizes resolving the long outstanding vital Red Fleet contract issue with the MMC and gets all the tools that our EMS services require in order. And we expect the appointment to exemplify, the appointee to exemplify professionalism and non-partisan, dedicated to serving the residents of Johannesburg with integrity. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ran. Councillor Nguze from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to our colleagues, and let me quickly observe the protocol. Maybe, Speaker, it is important that our colleagues do spend the time and read the cadre deployment document of the African National Congress. They will then see that the document is explicit and it speaks about capable.
Councillor Nguze, can you please take your seat?
Okay, I'll do that,
Councillor
Speaker.
Belinda.
I'm rising on a point of order on Councillor Nguze, Madam Speaker. As much as we have freedom of speech in this House, he's just told Councillor Ran, the ANC has just asked Councillor Ran not to deal with issues of political parties. And he's now telling us about the ANC speaker. You must stick to the item, please.
I thought, Speaker, this is a debate. And it is very unfortunate that now people are telling me how to debate. It is very unfortunate. And I have ample time. I have 10 minutes. And they must just be patient. I can utilize the entire 10 minutes.
Can you carry on with your speech?
Yes, Speaker, I have 10 minutes to speak. Relax. I have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. So, Speaker, we are challenging individuals to go and read the document. They must read to understand. But to also understand, Speaker, that unfortunately you cannot deploy Stan Hazel because he has matric. So there is no strategic position that he can occupy in government because he does not meet the requirements of any position in government. So,
Councillor Nguze, can you take your seat? Councillor Belinda.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, on, first of all, Councillor Nguze, for exactly the same issue he has raised about not mentioning other people outside of this council chambers. And secondly, I would like to remind the ANC that they had a standard 3 president as well.
Councillor Nguze, before you carry on, Councillor, can you please continue with your speech on the item? And can we stop this, that we are now insulting people that are not even in this council? Can we just stop what we are doing? Councillor Rapadu, you had your hand up? Okay. Councillor? Okay. Yeah, you can carry on with your speech. Stick to the item, please.
Oh, I will also forgive you, Speaker, because English is not our mother tongue. I was factual that Stan Hazel is a matriculant. It is not an insult. I have a BCom degree. If I don't have a PhD, I do not. You see, I don't like squabbling.
Speaker, please, we're imploring, we want council to continue. And I think throughout the day, you have given the leader of the opposition ample time on frivolous point of orders. Frivolous point of orders. So please, Speaker, can you control this house? And Councillor Edzinjon Zuko can't stand up every time and say whatever she wants. Please.
Thank you, Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Nguze, can you carry on with your speech? Councillor Belinda and Councillor
It's in Kubege, Speaker.
Can you please carry on with your speech and stick
It's
to
in
your
Kubege, Speaker.
Siyabonga, Baba.
You know, I dislike hypocrites. We were in this council, Speak, when we were sitting that side, when the issue of Metle, who is now in the city of Tshwane, was debated in this council. And we argued the issue of cadre deployment. Maybe it is the manner how we articulate it, because English is not our mother tongue. But in simplicity, that was cadre deployment. And people must not grandstand when they are here and want to appear as the most ethical individuals outside there. They must never do that. When we are dealing with issues of principles and ethics, we must subscribe to, all of us. People must never grandstand. Maybe, it's a ngiqolele le ndoda ehamba ku-entry njengami ngiyazi ayiso iphathi yayo.
Can you please just take your seat? Councillors, Councillor Butkow, I haven't acknowledged you as yet. Councillors, can we please refrain from what we are doing? Councillor Rand started the issue of cadre deployment. Councillor Rand started it. And now it is carrying on the other side. So can we please, all of us, do the right thing and carry on with what we have to deal with? Otherwise, we are going to sit here until tonight. Can we allow Councillor Nguze to carry on and finish so that we can do this in a orderly fashion? Councillor Nguze, can you please carry on?
Thank you, Speaker, for protecting me from those who are howling. So, Speaker, I think let me assist this process by indicating that the Marshalltown Commission of Inquiry exposed the city of Johannesburg. And I am convinced that we don't want to find ourselves in a similar situation. And have argued that it is important that critical or executive positions in the city are occupied by deserving women and men of capacity and ethics.